welcome to another study with me. Today, can we not find, yeah, there we go. Couldn't find the program first. Today I'm gonna finish the book that I started yesterday. I have roughly like 80 pages left on this one. And then I have at least 4 articles that I want to read. I do have like 15 more, so I do have a lot of articles. But these are like the 5 things that I want to have accomplished today. If I have them accomplished, I will feel really great about today, and then I can reward myself with reading something fun and something for me, I think. It's always good to reward yourself for a good behavior, I think. But as yesterday, we will not be doing any music, but we will do some ambient sounds of a library. And I chose a medieval library this time, so there's some bells and chapels and stuff in the background. I don't know, maybe that would be kind of nice. So I hope you enjoy it, and as always, I will be muted during study time, and I will talk to you guys on the break. So let's get started and be productive together. Yeah, let's start to. that's the first break. I don't know how it's going for you guys, but it's going pretty good for me. I finished the first book I had on my list to read. I had 100 pages left, or 80 pages left, I don't know, something like that. I had half the book left and I finished it, and I started reading this one. It's how many pages is it? It's 289, like 40 pages roughly, I think. It's one of my first articles. It's about the witch process in Sweden. It's talking about the commission from the Royal Highness, like the king, that he sent out because the priestess were not supposed to decide if people were witches or not, because it couldn't be a religious thing. So he sent out like actual judges, and he kind of put together some men and then placed them all over Sweden, and then they had to like go to different kind of places. So it's about the different kind of like we call them kommissioner in Sweden. I don't know what the English word for that would be, but it's kind of interesting. It's a lot of facts, clearly, but it's also a lot of quotes, and it's kind of like hard to read, but all the fiction that I need to have read for this course I have read at this point, so I'm pretty happy with that, because that's the main thing to read. Now I only have like the articles left. I also remembered that I did have a book on the witch process and the witch trials by one of my favorite historians. And I thought to myself I could read that as well if I have time over, but it is kind of about the witch trials in Europe and not specifically Sweden. So it's more about Europe and the 1400s, and the course I'm taking is more like the Swedish trials in the 1600s, so it's kind of not the same. But so that's why I'm saying I will wait for it and read it in the end if I do have the time. He do write really good though, and I haven't read that one yet. I'm collecting his books, but that specific one I haven't read yet, so at some point one day. I also another one of the ones I'm gonna read today is more like not about the witch trials, but is more about literature and how to analyze literature, specifically young adult and children's literature. I've read these authors before, Ying Toye Linson and Helen Eriander. I've read them before in my studies in librarianship, so they are not that I mean, they are really familiar with me. It was a long time ago though since I did read them. The one I'm reading now is from 1971, so it's really like old books though. Oh, hello, good evening. How are you doing? Do you have a good day today? Are you working today as well, or do you have the day off? I had this day off. I went to the big city, and me and my mom, we bought a gift for my aunt's wedding, and then I got myself a coffee. That's kind of like everything I've done today. I mean, I did read. I mean, I'm studying now, so I guess I've been studying, and I went to the city doing some shopping. But I kind of feel like I haven't done anything today. Just been sitting around, chilling, which is probably good, considering I was like sick, or have been sick. I do feel a lot better today though, so it's pretty good. I still have like, my throat still hurts. But I guess like, you know, that's just how it is. I don't have a fever at least, so I'm gonna be working tomorrow. I'm planning on going to work tomorrow, considering I haven't had a fever all day today. Oh, you got off work now? Since I said good morning to you earlier today. Oh, yeah. Oh, yesterday. Yeah. It was my yesterday, but your morning before. Yeah, I get it. Did you have a good day at work though? Was it busy? Did you have a lot to do? Ugh. I think my job tomorrow is gonna be pretty chill. Usually on Fridays we don't have that much to do. Especially, I think it's gonna be really warm tomorrow. It's not gonna be like warm according to other people, but for Swedish standards it's gonna be very warm tomorrow. So I think most people will like try to use the day at the beach. So usually we can see like a lot of people not coming to the library when it's really nice weather outside. Like, there's always more people coming to the library when it's raining, because then people are like, oh, we can't do anything fun outside, so let's go to the library and be inside. So I think it's gonna be very chill for me tomorrow. Ew, that was a fly. He flew right into my face. What the fuck? Even flies like me now. As usual, whole day immersed in machinery like an engineer. Ah, I see. You're an engineer? That's kind of cool. I'm not very tech savvy. And I don't like math. I'm very bad with math, at least. I usually say that that's why I'm a librarian, because I like words and I like the alphabet and not numbers. Numbers confuses me. But I mean, it's pretty good though, because you have calculators these days, so I will manage. Oh, yawn. I have like an eczema thing behind my left ear, and it's been like itching extra much today. I think it could have something to do with it being a thunderstorm yesterday, because it was really humid, and then the humid air kind of makes it like my eczema worse. So it's been like itching like crazy behind my left ear. I've been like scratching, and I feel like, it's probably gonna start bleeding soon. Like, it's really bad. I don't understand why it's just silly job. Oh, really? I mean, still though, silly job, pretty good. Isn't that like the best kind of job though? Sometimes I feel like my job is hella silly, I sometimes feel like, I go to work and I talk to people in the library and we talk about books, which I love. And then I read books and then I go home and I'm getting paid to do that, which feels super silly. Like, I go to work and I read and then I get paid for reading. That's a little bit crazy to me. You mentioned before that the Swedish word for engineer sounds like it means someone who doesn't do anything. Yeah, it does. Ingenjör or inget gör, nothing do nothing. Exactly. My dad always says that engineers, they do nothing. I also dislike some engineers who do like car parts, because some car parts is like, they get a project to do a good construction on this part on the car, but they don't think about the bigger picture, because they're like, this is my project and I just need to do something cool or fancy with this one. And then when you put the car together, it makes no sense, especially if you want to some parts break and you have to replace them. And the car mechanics have extra hard time, because the placement and the design of some car parts are just so stupid, Nothing is best. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's nice that you don't do that much, but you still get paid a lot, or you do something you truly enjoy, like I do with books and reading, and then you get paid for that. Because sometimes I feel the things I do at work, that's stuff that I do on my free time as well. I recommend books to my friends. I go shopping for books because, I buy books for the library. So I'm technically buying books, but with someone else's money. Crazy. And then I recommend books, which I also do. and it's stuff I'm getting paid to do. It's pretty cool. You need to find a job that suits you, Sounds wonderful. Yeah. I love my job. The only thing that can be very stressful in my line of work is it's pretty chill to work in a public library or the big city library. It's pretty chill, your days just go past. But I personally is a school librarian, and I have 8 schools. So the things that can be really, really stressful for me is having to drive between 8 schools and be of service to 8 schools' teachers and principals and students, and buy books for 8 schools. That can be kind of stressful to juggle that. Because I have 8 schools, but my boss kind of wants me to have 3 more, which would be 11 schools, plus the fact that I work 25% at the public library as well. So that's also another place. So technically I'm on 12 libraries, not at the same time, but still 12 libraries that I visit each week, which can be kind of stressful sometimes. It would be nice to just have one place and have one office. Right now, I kind of feel like my bag and my car is my office sometimes. And hello, 9. Welcome. We're studying. Ooh, I see that the next study session is starting as well. Good luck, everyone, and I will see you in the next break. Yay! Break time! No wonder you're a local celebrity. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think they also, like, because they haven't had a school librarian before. So I kind of have to, like, create everything from nothing. So I kind of think they want to do, like, an article in the newspaper to just be like, this is the new school librarian. She has all the schools. This is her face. So I don't know if it's so much being famous. I think it's just more, we have a new person that does stuff for the kids, which is good. So let's talk about it. I think it's more like that kind of thing. I don't know. Like, the entire interview for the magazine or the newspaper was just like, what do you do at your job? What do you like about your job? Is there something you want to change in the city and how things are run? Do you have any future projects that you want to put time and effort into? So I think it's like kind of like that. It's starting to get really, really warm in here. Like, really, really warm. I also have like 2 sentences left on this one that I'm pretty much done with that as well, which is pretty nice. It's like one article at a time. Apparently this was also not an article, it was a chapter in a book. And I realized a lot of these are chapters from older books or student literatures that you don't really read that often. I try to find them as not PDFs, but I was trying to find them as ebooks because I think it's easy to read them as an ebook because they're scanned pages that our teacher sent us, and some of the scans are just really, really horrendous, and it's really hard to see what the census says. So I think it would be easier to read it on my ebook tablet. But due to it being like student and course literature for university, it was really hard to find them as ebooks for free. You could obviously buy them, but I am not ready to buy all the books because there's a ton of them. There's like 20 of them or something. But the local libraries don't have them as ebooks, so that's kind of sad. So I will just have to make do with these pages, I think, even if they're a bit annoying. It's always like harder to read scanned pages, in my opinion. I don't know. Like some of the pages get like smudged, and that's really annoying. It's also like the one I'm reading right now is just hella boring, because they're just stating a lot of statistics, which, I mean, it's interesting, don't get me wrong, but it's kind of like this many women were accused, this many women were sentenced, this many women we were like alleged let go because there's no record of what happened to the other women that were not sentenced. So it's more like statistics. It's like this woman was accused, and she was accused by this woman who were family with this person, and then she was also accused by these children who were related to her in this way. So it's just like kind of I I don't know, it's just like a list of all the women that was accused and sentenced, and then later on it's what sentences they got, which is, it's really interesting to read it, of course, but it's also not the most fun to read. I don't know, statistics and numbers and just like, I don't know, is not really my thing, I guess. I think it would have been more interesting to like read more, because there was like a lot of these commissions that they called, it's not commissions, but there was like the royal judge guard that were called kommission or commission, and they would like go to different villages, and they will like sentence or let women go depending on how good the facts were or not. And they all kind of had different views on how harsh you should be when you sentence these women. Like some were like really happy to just sentence everyone to death, and some people were more like, I don't believe in witchcraft, and I don't think any woman is a witch. And so it's like very different how they all did their job, even though they had the same status, and they were like placed in different places in Sweden, which is why some places in Sweden had more women sentenced to death than other places, because some places there were like these judges who really wanted to see the world burn, and then there were other places where the judges didn't actually believe in witchcraft, so they didn't sentence anyone. It would have been more interesting to read about those people, but I guess there's no records about that, like their views of it. You can only see the statistics that more people died here, so you can assume they were out for blood in that village. But there's so many factors going into it, because it's not just the judges, it's also all the so-called victims that were like accusing all these women of witchcraft as well. So maybe some villages just had more, they were more out for blood. Maybe, I don't know. There's so many factors and information to take into account when you do the analyzing of the books and the literature later on. So many things to think about. It was really interesting though, but this statistics was not my thing to read. Next, I will read one that's called To Write Young Adult and Children's Books. And it has nothing to do with witchcraft. It's more, I'd read from this author before, not specifically this book, but I've read her other work. And it is basically a book in literatureship and how to write young adult and like middle grade books. What's important, what aspects you have to think about. And I think the teacher wants us to read it to know like how to analyze young adult and middle grade fiction, because that's what the essay is going to be about. We're going to like analyze all the books that we have read, all the fiction books that we have read. So I'm guessing she wants us to read it to like know the basic of how to analyze literature and how to build a good story. I feel like I kind of know. I've read a lot of courses in that, and like I said, I've read the author's other books. So I don't know if I should just skim the pages of it, because like it's not, I feel, yeah, I don't know. I can't decide how much to read, and like, because there's so many pages of so many things. but I guess I will start reading it, and if I kind of feel like I know this because I've taken other classes and other courses in the same, I will just like skim it a little bit and then maybe not read it, considering I have so much other things to read. I feel like it would be dumb to put too much effort into something that I kind of already know, if that makes sense. I also kind of want to do like a summary from everything that I've read, like a little bit like 5 sentences or something about each thing that I read, just so I have like some sort of understanding on what each chapter is roughly about. But at the same time, I kind of feel like I do know that. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like, you know, it's hard to know what to focus on because I don't have the actual essay questions yet. If I would have had the essay questions, I would know what to focus on. But I don't get the essay question until the 1st of August, so there's like 2 more weeks, I think, until I get it. So I will just read as much as possible and hope that's enough. It's really warm right now though. Once the next focus starts, I will put the AC on. I can't have the AC on the break time because it's really loud. And you guys would only hear like ooh in the background, and I feel like that's probably really annoying. But as soon as I start studying again, I definitely need to put on the cooling AC device, because it's hot as fuck in here. It's like, you know, in the morning, this room where the PC is, I have like a gaming room. This room is like the coldest in the morning because it's shadow. But then in the afternoon, this is also the warmest room because there is the sun is heating it up like crazy. But I know that when I was gonna move in here, there was like an old lady who lived here before me, and she said, do not use this as a bedroom. I did that in the beginning and it was horrible because it gets so warm in the summer. And I was like, yeah, I won't. I'm gonna have my bedroom on the other side where it's shadow most of the day. And I can see what she means. It's also funny because she used the room that I have as sorry, gotta sleep. Okay, bye-bye. Good night. Sleep well. The room that I used as a gaming room is the room that she had as a diner room. It was just covered in bookcases, and she had her like library here. But then was also like a really, really big table that was in here with a lot of stools, and it looked really royal, not gonna lie. It was really fancy in here. And she had it always closed, like the door was always closed, she said. I don't really know why, but she said she always had it like that. It looked really pretty. So it's definitely extremely different from what I have now with all my technology and gaming equipment in here. Have fun. Yeah, sleep well. Ooh, the new study session is starting soon. I wish you all the best in your next study session. And I will see you guys in the next break. Yes. another break time. I finished 2 articles, and I'm pretty happy about that. Oh, hello, hi, 9. Hi, 9, I mean. I don't know. I added some, because I feel like really productive right now. I added 1, 2, 3, 4 more things I want to read. Karlfeldt is, let's see. It's about a very poetic man in his life, and he has 1 chapter about witchcraft in modern literature, and then The Witch Mother. This is a fictional story. Bondetro is kind of like farmer beliefs. It's kind of like folklore for farmers back in the day. It also has like religious mentality during the 1600s of Sweden. It's an article about that. And the one beneath it is the same author. And this one is An Enchanted World, which also has some... It's kind of more about the witch process in the 1600s. It's like 1669 to 1672. Something like that. Göran Malmstedt is his name. So he has written a few articles about farmer beliefs and folklore, and how it came to be that we started believing in witchcraft and witches, and how it has not only to do with Christianity and Satanism and all of that, but it also has to do with Swedish folklore and all of that, which is going to be very interesting to read. So I'm gonna read these 4 at least. I don't know how many sessions that's gonna be. Maybe 2 more, I think. But I feel kind of productive so far. I'm just gonna... I have so many papers everywhere. I don't know where to place them all. You know, because I have 1 for haven't read yet, 1 for shall read, and then I have 1 for have read. I think this is... because then I have read half of the articles that I should have read. Then I have 2 more weeks that I can spend on the next ones. There's also 1 fictional book. We were going to read like 1 chapter from that fictional book, but a lot of the articles that we've been reading kind of has to do with this book. So it kind of made me intrigued, and I kind of want to read it as well. So I think that maybe, perhaps, perchance, most likely, I'm gonna pick it up and read the entire thing and not just the chapters that we are supposed to read, just because I'm a little bit intrigued. Do you read only the witchcraft chapters or the whole books? Both. It depends on what book it is. The ones that I've been reading so far has been like research papers and articles. But the non-fictional book, I've been reading all of it. And all the fictional books, I have read all of them as well. I haven't read... This one is in the wrong corner. It should be there. I haven't read the protocols yet, though, and the actual documents. I'm kind of waiting to read them because I'm kind of scared of reading them, because it's really, really hard Swedish to read and understand. And I'm a little bit scared to not be able to understand it. I don't think it's gonna be a problem, but we will see. But I read most of it that I have to read. But at the same time, there's been 3 books now that our teacher said you don't have to read all of it. You just have to be like understanding of the biggest gist of the entire book. So read these pages and you would understand all of it. And I feel like that's wrong because a lot of the times it's like a book that's 300 pages and they're like read 164 to 210 and you will understand most of it. And reading in the middle of a fictional book, it feels wrong to me, so I just read all of it. I understand people who are not able to read as fast as I am. So I understand why they would do that. But I feel like I do and can manage to read that much, then I shouldn't cut corners and I should read all of it if I can. I was jealous of your reading speed for a moment. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, we're not talking several hundred pages. Yeah, no. These articles that I've been reading so far today have, because I've read all the fictional books so far, so these are just like research articles, and they're like only 40 pages each. They're between 30 and 40 pages. This one was 185, but I read half of it yesterday, so I only read like 100 pages on that one, and then these are like 40 pages each. I can read, roughly 1 page a minute. So for every... Okay, I see I read 2 in one session. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how fast I can read. But I do know that I read faster than other people. But this is a non-fiction book, and I will only read the part that he talks about his witchcraft and the witch process that he's been working on. It's about Karlfeldt, who was part of the Swedish witch process. But there's like a lot of other things about his life and where he was born that doesn't have anything to do with my course. So I will only read those pages that there is. This one is a very short story. These 2 are articles, and they are like 30 pages each, I think, or something like that. So it shouldn't take that long, I think. It's always like... Because I've been like dreading to read all of this because I've been looking at all the pages and I'm like, oh, that's a lot of reading. But then when you get started, at least me, when I get started, it isn't that bad. I fly through the pages pretty fast anyway. Sometimes I kind of feel like maybe I should read a little bit slower, just to like have time to process everything that I'm reading. But I don't know. We will see about that. It's hard to read slow when you're used to reading fast, though. Whatever feels comfortable, yeah. I think that, the easiest would just be... because also like a lot of these authors that I've been reading today, like Helen Ellinger and Göran Malmsteen and all of them, I read their books before. Like their books are very, very popular in librarianship. You know, I went to university to become a librarian. Then you go librarianship and library and information science. And these authors are like hugely influencers, and they have like you read a lot of their books in the university. It was like 10 years ago. Yeah, more than 10 years ago. 12 years ago, maybe. But the books were written 2009, 2007. So they're old books. So like they're also easier to read because I kinda somewhat read them before, or I know at least what the authors stand for because I've read a lot of their other books in the same kind of genre and the same matter, which kind of makes it easier for me to read all of these books, I think. Sometimes I just think about everyone else who's taking this summer course because there is a lot to read. Like there's a lot of literature and a lot of text that you have to like analyze and treat. And I wonder how like everyone else is doing, if they can like get through all the pages, or if they find the literature to be kind of like hard to both read but also to understand or analyze as well, because a lot of people who read this course had never done like a deep analysis on a literature or fiction before, which is really interesting that they kind of pick this one to be their first lit science to read. I remember like one of the questions from one of the students when we started was like, but what is the most important thing to read? Or what is the most important thing to think about when you read? And the teacher was just like, oh, do you not know how to find the most important parts of a text? And they were like, no, we don't know. Can you please teach us? And she was like, maybe you should have gone like a literature science or literature history beginner's course, because this is definitely not a beginner's course. You kind of need to have somewhat an understanding of basic fiction and analysis. I don't know. I also found that when I'm sitting here and reading all these books, I know like a lot of the university books that I used for my librarian degree. A lot of those books I can use probably for the essay. It kind of depends on what the essay question is. I will not have it until the 1st of August. But if it's not too complicated and it does have somewhat to do with what I think it's going to have to do with, I have a lot of books that's outside of this summer course that will still like emphasize my ideas and my analysis of these books that we have read, which I think could be a good thing. I think it's good to show that you're so understanding on the subject and the fiction that you have read and analysis that you're using other sort of sources and not just the main sources that you were given, because that just means that, oh, you know how to use these sources because that's what you've been working on. But if you are able to use other sources to like emphasize your point, that means that you actually have a deeper understanding of everything, I think. So I will try to find more books in the same genre that I can use, but I think I have a lot of them due to how much I've been studying. Sounds plausible? Yeah, I think so too. let's continue reading, and I will see you guys in the next break. Good luck, everyone. let's go. I'm reading The Farmer Belief, and it's not what I thought it was gonna be. It's like an article about how Swedes saw religion in the 1600s. Like how they saw Christianity and religion overall, and what was important for the church and what wasn't important for the church. I'm assuming we're reading this article to understand the importance of the history and why people got so scared when it came to Satanism and witchcraft and the devil and Satan and all of that. But when I'm reading it, in the back of my mind, I'm just like, but why though? Why are we reading this? I'm sorry. It doesn't make sense to me. How did they see it? I mean, it was shifting. Apparently, Swedes did not understand, or like, they did understand, but it was like they didn't. It wasn't like you have to be in church every day, and you don't have to be on time. You can come and go anytime you want. So you don't have to be there a specific time every Sunday. If the priest starts, the thing on Sunday, you can be 1 hour late if you want to. It doesn't really matter. And they kind of saw going to church as a let's meet our friends and family. So it was more like a gathering place to meet people rather than going to church and be religious. Which is kind of interesting because that's kind of how Sweden is today as well. Hi, Tech. Just got home and had to wait over an hour for the train. Oh no, train problem. I hate it. And it still went very slowly. Oh. And that after... oh, not a long work day. Yeah, that's always the worst. Trains stop working the day, like the worst days, in my opinion. I'm so not happy, and now I gotta study for exam. Oh, tiresome. Hope you had a better day than me. I mean, I had a day off today. I went shopping with my mom to get my aunt a wedding gift because it's her wedding next weekend. So we got her like a wedding gift from the entire family, like a bigger gift. I got coffee. And then I went home. So we did some shopping. Oh, and Tay got himself like 2 shirts. That was kind of cool. And then I've been studying. I'm kind of questioning some of the articles that we're supposed to read. Some of the articles just doesn't make sense to me. And this one about religion doesn't... like, it's interesting to read. Don't get me wrong. It's just like... I think it would have made more sense that like we would have read like a history course. Like this isn't, even if it's about the witch trials in Sweden, it's not like an historical summer course. It doesn't really matter if you understand the history behind it, because we're reading fictional books about the witch trials, and the idea is that we're going to analyze the fictional work and how to write an historical fiction properly. And then we're going to like put them together, like adult history fiction, young adult history fiction, and middle grade history fiction. But we had to like use one genre that worked for everything, and that's why it's about the witch trials. So technically I'm kind of like, does it really matter if we read that much of the history? Like it's good that we have some knowledge of it, but technically like it is a literature history analyzing course. I don't know. I get bothered when I read too much religion, I think. I just don't like things about too much religion. I get so mad. It's the same, I finished this, the Karlfeldt one. This one. And it's about this poet. It's a Swedish poet who 1905 or 1906 wrote some poems about the witch trials in Sweden, and he decided to be extremely hateful towards women. And this was the Karlfeldt one that I read was like an article about the point behind his witch trial poems. And apparently he was hella depressed because a woman told him no. So he decided that, because before he wrote poems about how lust and erotica is like a good thing, a positive thing, especially for women. They should have like sex lust just like men do, and there's nothing to be shameful about. But after this woman told him no, he decided to write this hateful witch trial poem about how women should feel shame about sexuality and their sexuality. And if they had some sort of lust, it meant that they were like witches and that the demons and Satan was trying to get to them. And it's just really frustrating to read about it because like I get so mad. Fuck men sometimes, and it was also funny in that article. They were like, yeah, but like the next year he got like a new maid and he fell in love with his maid and he had 2 children with his maid. So he started writing positive things about women after that. And I'm like, oh, okay. So he was just hateful because a woman said no. And then the next year he's like, I'm happy again because this woman didn't say no. Which I'm like, she's your maid though. You're technically her boss. Like, could she say no? She will lose her job though, right? Because he also had 2 children with her apparently, but he never married her. So she was like his maid with 2 children that everyone knows was his. I don't know. I read one article and one poem about him and I still hate him. Like, or I already hate him, I mean. It sounds nice. Finding gifts is always stressful. Yeah, it's really stressful. But it's nice and easier to balance around ideas. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Even in the past, we had the Uber incels. Indeed. He had 50 million followers on X if he were born later. Definitely. Maids with benefits. Oh, he definitely fits in the right certain Twitter user. He does. Oh my god. Yeah, but that's what I've been reading. I also realized this one, Häxmodern, which means witch mother. I thought it was a fictional book, but then I read some about it, and it's apparently not a fictional book, but it's a biography about a woman called Malin Matsdotter. And she was one of like the bigger cases of the witch trials. Like, she was a big name. And we're only gonna read 2 chapters from that book according to like the teacher. But the book seems really, really interesting. And I saw that we have the book in the library I work at. So I'm not gonna read that one yet because I think I want to read all of it and not just the 2 chapters that I got scanned on a PDF from the teacher. I kind of want to read it in the entirety of it, if that makes sense. So I might actually delete this because reading another day. Mm-mm-mm. Oh my god. Hiccup. It's always kind of interesting with different... Something that I just realized. 1 hour ago, Tay left to do the laundry, and I haven't seen him in an hour. What the fuck is Tay? Did he get murdered in the laundry room? What?
I am folding the laundry.
Oh, he's folding the laundry. Okay, so he's here. I was too into my reading. I didn't even notice him coming back home. I see. I thought he was like murdered with knives in the laundry room. Because the laundry room is like on the other side, like a different building than like the apartment complex that we live in. So it's like on the other side. So you have to walk a bit, which is really annoying when you have a lot of laundry to do and you have to like carry your laundry basket to a different complex. But yeah, I shouldn't complain. But I will complain anyway. Sounds like a Clue board game session. Maybe. 1 hour ago, the boyfriend went and he's gone. Where is he? Apparently he's just folding laundry. I wonder if he knows how to fold my laundry. Does he know how to fold the dresses? Do you?
I have no idea. I'm just doing my laundry.
Oh, he's just doing his laundry. I see. He's gonna put all my laundry on my side of the bed and he's like, ooh, I don't know how to do it. I don't know how the skirts and dresses work. I see how it is now. What a selfish man, only doing his own laundry.
I have folded your t-shirt, but I don't know what to do with the dresses.
With the what?
The dresses and the skirts.
Oh, yeah. He folded one shirt and then he left the dresses. You hang dresses, you don't fold. But you stole all the hangers, so I can't hang my dresses anymore. Yeah. I gave all my hangers to him, and now I don't have enough hangers for my dresses, and it's very, very sad. I have to buy more hangers, but I want to have like all my hangers unison, like they look the same, because I feel like that's more like aesthetic. And you buy them at IKEA, and we don't have an IKEA here, so you have to like drive 1 hour at least to get to an IKEA. So, oh my god, that was a dog just barking outside. Sounded super ferocious. Warmed up some leftovers. Now I continue studying while eating. Ooh, what are you gonna eat? Anything good? I had like a Celsius. It's like a Swedish mineral energy drink. It's sugar free and all that, and it has like white peach as a flavor. It's really, really good. But after I started drinking it, I've had like stomach pain. My stomach is just like, no, why you drink this? You don't have an IKEA close by? Isn't it law in Sweden to have one closely? I mean, yeah. I also guess that I could order home because they do delivery. You're goddamn Swedes. How can you not have an IKEA? We have an IKEA, but I've told you guys, I live in like the smallest village there is. There's basically just a couple of 100 people living here. You know, we're happy that we have a store for food here, you know, and a hairdresser. That's a miracle. We can't have a big IKEA here as well in the middle of nowhere. Having pasta with some chicken cream sauce. Oh my god, that sounds so good. Aren't Swedish settlements formed around IKEAs? They should be. But no. I would love to have an IKEA closer by because the bookcases that I buy are also from IKEA. The Billy bookcases are the best because you can build on top of them because you can buy like extra parts to like build upper. And right now, because I want to do my own library, I need 5 or 6 more bookcases because I want the entire room to be like just bookcases and books. But I need 5 more, you know? And ordering them home would cost a lot. So it would be easier to go there and get them myself. But yeah. You have personal IKEAs? Have no Swiss? Yes, it's been a lie. Yes. But yeah, study time. I will see you guys after this and in the break. Good luck, everyone. just finished the last one, so boop. I am done with everything I wanted to have done today, and I'm happy. I feel very, very productive about it, but when I look at... Ugh, there's still so much left to read. But I also... I'm too tired because I've been reading... Oh my god, I've been reading for 5 hours soon? What the fuck? Yeah, I can definitely see why my eyes are really, really tired. That makes sense. I saw that you played Rule of Rose a few years back. I thought that was the only one who ever played the game. Yeah, I love that game. It's great. I played it like long ago, but I had like very vague memories of it. I remember it was weird, and then I decided that I don't know if that many people know of it, but it's pretty cool. So I was like, let's play it. So I streamed it. And I must say that the vague memories that I had was, I definitely did not remember much of it. But it's pretty good. I haven't met that many who played Rule of Rose. I saw a VTuber like last week who played it and streamed it, and she was like, I'm the only VTuber who ever played this. And I was like, that's a bold statement. Have you done any research behind that? It was unpopular when it came out. Oh, yeah. Nobody talked about it, and most outlets didn't even me. Yeah, it was definitely weird. I also remember that it was like censored and not sold in many countries, so you couldn't even like get your hands on it. That it was like very niche. But if you were like into horror games, I know it was really talked about in like the horror genre place. A lot of horror fanatics were talking about it. But it was definitely niche for its time, which is really interesting because I wanted to like buy it for my PlayStation 2. But it was niche and unpopular at the time, but right now it's super popular and everyone wants a copy because there isn't that many out there because it was censored in so many countries. So to get your hands on the game, like physically, is really, really hard. Maybe not that hard, but it definitely will cost you a couple hundred euros or dollars. It's definitely like a collector thing at this point. But every time someone asks me about like a good horror game, I'm always like, the Rule of Rose, it's good. And it's not like, your average creepy game. It's more psychological. But I kind of feel like psychological horror games are better than your average jump scare, because it kind of sits with you a much longer, and it creeps under your skin, and you keep thinking about it, and you feel uncomfortable about it. It's a hidden gem, yeah. I feel like everyone should play it at least once and like experience it. It has like a great message, and it does have like a great way of telling a story, because you're always on your edge because you think you know the answer, but then it kind of brings you into a loop that no, that's not it. And you have to like puzzle together different things. It doesn't, give you like, oh, okay, this is why. It gives you like hints here and there. I like it. It's really good. I really feel like if I close my eyes, I kind of feel like, I can see text and pages of paper with just words on them. So I'm definitely uh tired, and I have used up all my study productiveness for today. I also have a headache. I don't know why, if it's because I need to drink more water or if it's like my cold coming back. I also feel like my nose is getting stuffed as well. But I will sadly have to end this stream here. Also because I'm done with everything I needed to have be done, and I need to go and take a painkiller and drink some water. Next stream will be on Sunday, and that's going to be our manga discussion stream. And we're going to be discussing and talking about Assassination Classroom. I read all of it. I also reread like 3 books so far. So I can definitely talk about the ending and spoil the entire thing for anyone who knows, wants to, but we will see. But I think it's going to be like an interesting discussion. I also kind of feel like we're going to discuss the same things that we did last stream as we're going to do this stream, because it has to do a lot with mentorship, teaching, and school related stuff. So I think we're going to talk about like the same kind of topics as last time, which is interesting because the books are vastly different, but they still kind of have the same feel to them. So it's going to be interesting. But for now, I will say thank you all for staying and keeping me company while I was studying. And I hope you guys enjoy the stream. And I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye.